Hello! Hi, everybody. We are here once again at Hush House, and we're going to continue our work. I think by now, uh, pretty much everyone watching this in the future should know the preamble by now, so let's just go right in. Welcome back, librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. So, last time, we went from having a couple of tendrils reaching further into the house to having basically the entire front of Hush House completely restored. We have totally brought back the grand ascent on all floors, as well as the Abbey Church up here. We haven't quite finished off this tower yet. And back here, we're still being blocked by the silvered snares, an icy bedroom, and the wounded room. We've got blockaded stairs going down and an infested wine cellar. Also crossing over into the Gulskry Logia. Got a weeping chamber up here, and a shrouded space down here, and we can keep going in those directions. We've also started making some very tentative explorations of the well descent, leading down into the depths of Brankrug. Currently, the affair of Apollo and Marcius is active. We have helped a number of people in this event. Azita Bukhara, Princess Kokil, Mr. Agdistis, Connie Lee, and Magister Hokabald. Also, hold on, let me, real quick. Just gotta move my chat window slightly. I keep forgetting to do that for Book of Hours. There we go. Today's weather is a gale. This is a pretty good one. 3 heart and 3 sky. Do we need heart or sky for anything? Yes, we could grab the wounded room for 1. Possibly the blockaded stairs as well, but I'm gonna save that. The wounded room, I think, is probably more notable. Oh, or the weeping chamber. Well, first things first. Let's go ahead. I'll use my shaft to see who's on offer today. In the meantime, is there something else we could do? I always need to remind myself what I've actually read. Six Grail. Now, can we do anything with Grail? 2 Edge and Moon. 2 Forge and Lantern. Forge and 2 Winter. Scale to Sky, that looks like. Just reminding myself of my own strategy. Right, these are do not touch until Oriflamme runs out. I'm saving these for the very powerful books. Ah, and we still have these books to actually identify, so let's start there. More nocturnal books. This one's got Keeper Skin issues. This one's got Ionic Theoplasma. Ah, right, The Humors of a Gentleman. That's one we can actually do. So Faust will give us 1 Sky. If we go ahead and use, let's say, our Whist in order to reread Singlefoot songs, we should be able to read The Humors of a Gentleman. What to do in the meanwhile? I'll quickly grab some Sea-Blessed Pears. This is Letters to My Successor. Ooh! This is a fun one. This is actually one of my favorite books conceptually. This is basically the librarian directly before us was Gervinus van Loren. We are the 12th librarian, and Gervinus was the 11th. Advice from Gervinus van Loren, 11th librarian of Hush House, to the one who will come after him. This book is explicitly addressed to us. So this will be an interesting read. Let's catalog another one. Ah, Traveling at Night 3. Also, I forgot about Solace. That's 2 heart. Right there. Excellent. That's an earth sign. I'll put this here for now. Again, this is one where we can pretty easily do it. Oh, I'm an idiot. I completely forgot that I can use skills here. I didn't actually need this Savage Hymn. I'll keep it for now. Let's go ahead. Through a lens of oronoscopy. Or wait. Through a lens of oronoscopy, using my Faust. It was the humors of a gentleman, right? And cross-referencing Baron Silence's Astrolabe. There we go. Now, as for knock, I only have one knock off of either Edict's Liminal or Horns and Ivories. Ah, but I have this occult scrap. Right. Do I have any knock tools? I actually don't remember. I don't know that I do. Hourglass is scale. Mortar and pestle is forge and nectar. I end up using both of my shafts. Anyway, there's a poet passing by. Could also use the sky of the poet. Start exploring one of these towers. I think that's what I'll do. Talk verb. Noctool, Noctool. We do have plenty of furniture and wall art and things. It might be worth just going for it. I think that's what I'll do. As for the poet... let's see here. He's got 4 naturally. Gale will bring him up to 7. So I'll do that immediately. I can give him the astrolabe once it's free. That'll take him up to 8. I can probably... take a glass of water or something and recover my Faust once it's out. That'll be up to 9. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Exactly what I was hoping for. We have some lapsang souchong. Yes, this will work. In the meantime, let's open up some packages. Something especially tasty, apparently. Right, come in, come in. Here. Have a cup of lapsang souchong. Should help get you in the climbing mood. Ah, I finished gathering my pears. Alright, what do we get? Comfort relevant furniture. Extra memory. Weather card. The furniture will be our trick. So, the humors of a gentleman. Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John Son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. Ah, Roscragan whiskey. That's what was in that, that's what was in there. Let's move this to the main pantry. In the meanwhile, we have another package. Give me the furniture. Oh, that's the memory. There we are. In the Violet Chamber, we have the chaise longue of conclusions. Here the librarian Von Loren lay to ponder the paradoxes he had inherited from Harry's. Well, we've got a bit of a paradox ourselves. Let's see if we can't understand Illopoly. Stretch my legs and change my point of view. Illopoly's disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldamera. Ah, yes. To reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need is to want something enough, but I've never wanted anything that much, except of course Baldamera, and I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this: what Baldamera wants is the stag door. But here's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. That's a love affair that we know about mainly from Cultist Simulator, but Christopher Illopoly and I believe it was, shoot. Was it Tessa or Teresa? I think it was Tessa Galmir, aka the Baldamerian. You could actually talk to her in Cultist Simulator. She was actually one of the summons. And you could in fact chat about her books and Illopoly. She's the author of, the Locksmith's Dream series. Anywho. Ah, the memory here is a pattern. I think. There's sadly no shelves in there. Door and wall lesson. Pattern is forge and 2 knock. And here we are. Ah, gossip. play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formulae of power disguised in plain sight. This one is gossip. That's, Grail 2 rows. Now we can... Oh, shoot. I forgot to actually... No, I wouldn't have been able to get the Faust back until now. Is there anything that is edible with Sky? No, I think I will use the Poet on the Ill-Omened Tower. I've been hoping to get to 10 to deal with the Weeping Chamber, but this is good enough. Now, where will I put my Gossip memory? Contradiction. Foresight, regret, pulse. I think one of these shelves being gossip would be appropriate. So for now, that's where gossip goes. And ambergris again. I'll just keep that in the storeroom where it was. Let's learn some new skills. Right. Now, the stairway has been chained off, more than chained off. The whole thing is raptors swathed in chains. Authoritative sigils forbid entry. Right, we'll deal with that using Sky. Also take the opportunity to get some extra money at the Sweet Bones. Got door and wall. And now we got Sky stories. Nine winds gossip. And sometimes we can listen. As you can see, we're already hitting up on a lot of skills. This is something that's super interesting. Broadly, from the perspective of the aspirant back in Cultist Simulator, or really any of the characters in Cultist Simulator, these more academic topics weren't really important to them. We classified everything just by aspect alone. Like, oh, this is a forge book, this is a lantern book, and so on. But the librarian has other interests and concerns. The librarian actually has, like, topics of study. The way I always imagine these skills is imagine them as, like, classes being taught in a college. So we would have, say, Serpents and Venoms 101, or the Pentiments and Precursors class. They're academic subjects that broadly are, like, what each book is about. Got one core left. Let's go ahead and use that on the well. And one health left, similarly. Right. And here we've got the church tower. The bells in this tower rang every Sunday, even in Solomon Husher's time, until Thirza Blake finally cancelled services so she could save money by sacking the priest. This brought a deputation of angry locals from Brankrug village, where there was a fearful superstition that when the bells of Brankrug fell silent, the bells of Ys would be heard. Ooh, interesting. Oh yes, a mop and bucket. A heart tool, apparently. Oh dear. We're gonna be missing out on a couple of our skills due to fatigue. Okay. Today is foggy. Good day for Moon and Nog. This has become our routine. We will seek unusual help. And I'm also going to take this moment stack some ready-made water right there. For the sake of resting. Alrighty. Bookshelf there in that room. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. Ah, Lady Ava's Repose. A meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wolf and her 2 grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wolf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the Isle in those desolate years. I believe we can read that one. So... Sights and Sensations gives us a winter. Is anything else? Don't think so. Whist gives us 2 winters, so we only need 1 more. Do I have any winter charms? That's wall art. That's furniture. Thing. We're gonna read the Fallen Cross for that one. And that should fix everything. Ah, an unusual nun. Knock, Moon, Grail. Okay, no matter what, she's gonna be useful. Okay, so what do we do? maybe, possibly, maybe... Yes, I think this is the one. I want to unlock this room. That's going to take moon. 4 moon, 7 moon. We add our tryst, 8 moon. Add a tool, 9 moon. And what can we serve? Probably a marrow. Either way. Wise. Hi, I'm looking for a book. The cover is red. Excellent. Okay. So, give me just a moment here. Well, you could be looking for the Orchid We have the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2. Do you speak Latin? On the other hand, there's Calcite Supplications. That one's in Greek. Apollo and Marsyas. That's a bit more pink than red, but it could be the one. I believe this one's in English. More pinkish. A true and complete accounting of the Asclepian mysteries of the roots of the house. Wrapped in the King, perhaps? Oh, I was referencing a library meme. Oh, wait, no, I've got it, or no, I don't have that one. Where was it? I know it's somewhere around here. It wasn't Fekri's Herbery, but it was similar. Shoot, where was it? This is bugging me now. There's a book that I know that we have, but... Oh no, it's probably over here. Yes. Yes. This is what you're looking for. De Ratio Querco. In English, The Account of the Oaks, a survey of the occult properties of every tree. Is in Latin, though. Anyway, let me check out this meme. I don't remember the title, but the cover was red. Oh, that's adorable. Anyway, where were we? Right, I had just, reread, The Fallen Cross. Without language, there can be no words. Without words, there can be no message. But only in silence can there be no error. And lo, even in the beginning, in that first of messages, an error. Thus did we enter the house. And we've got a regret memory, which is going to help us out when we read Lady Ava's Repose. Let's use our whist to do this. We don't even need a skill. Regret and whist is enough, which is appropriate. Regret is obviously regret. Every choice has its shadow. And whist is... They say it a little weirdly, but it's the part of you that remembers. Name, memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist, and nothing else. So memory and regret. A meditation on the drowning of Lady Ava de Wulf and her 2 grandchildren, written in the years when the estate was abandoned by Father Theo, once the de Wulf family chaplain, one of the few to remain on the Isle in those desolate years. Alrighty. Let's go. Meanwhile, we are opening this box. What is inside? A silver spintria. Not bad at all. That's actually quite good for our finances. And let's go ahead and grab the other box of rarities and hit that one with our core. Meanwhile, I'll use metal to do some basic work elsewhere on the island. But yes, welcome in, Weiss. How are you doing? To 8 moon. What's next? Right, I have to give her the lunar globe. Things still a mess trying to move forward. Isn't that just all you can do? But yes, I wish you good luck on that, Weiss. You're a good friend. And I wish the best for you. Almost done. I just want to do something quickly. Oh, another flushed mom. Oh wait, this is different. We've got pale mommets. This one's a flushed mommet. That one's a little bit different. Where to put this? Somewhat running out of room. Let me put it in the storehouse. And I have a bag of vegetables here. Which, yes, I can identify as a marrow. Except that's not the right kind of marrow. Oh dear. Okay. Let's try this again. What food or drink items can I serve my guest that are aligned with the moon? Oh! Sea-blessed pears. Excellent. Here, have some of these. Our 6 pence. Let's continue with our shaft. And with the last bit of soul element that we have, we'll catalog another book. Meanwhile, there are so many stories of her heritage, so many rumors of her persistence. We might easily choose to believe that the Grand Twins escaped, even that they live yet beyond the sea. There we go. Now the nun has 10 moon, which we can use right here. If the wards on this place were real, they would be heavy curtains of black velvet that stung the grazing hand. They aren't real in any meaningful sense of the word. I'll still need to dispose of them before I can enter safely. There we go. The Thirsting Tantra. C.G. Burial, the Temperance campaigner, published elements of this in a pamphlet, which had to be withdrawn and destroyed after it became popular. Oh. Oh, this is an infestation I've never seen before. Bloodlines. If I open this book at the right page, I'll find words that slowly ooze blood. Over time, those words increase in number. Ah! Base for Beans, hello! Welcome back. I've never seen Bloodlines before. That just never appeared in any of my other games. That's a new one. Let me see. Infestation skill and at least 7 moth. Is that something I can do? One of the easier ones. Got it. For moth. We'll deal with it momentarily. For the time being, I'll put it in there. Oh, wait. Oh no, that doesn't have moth either. It wouldn't be useful. There's a quick quarantine for bloodlines. Father Theo has come to believe that Ava sought an escape from a family curse. The pale heritage of Hoffren, her forebearer, or the curse placed upon the line by the cunning man Red William in the time of Hendrik de Wulf. He had begun by believing neither curse was real, but as the book concludes, he decides that he is determined to believe in them, rather than accept the 3 deaths as a futile tragedy. One does not so easily escape the long necessity of faith, he concludes. God, that's still a depressing, Everything about Ava de Wulf is just depressing. What rooms did I unlock so far today? So far, we've only covered 2 in-game days. The first day, we unlocked the first room of the church tower with a poet, and I'm currently unlocking this room, with the help of a strange nun. We also read The Humors of a Gentleman, as well as Traveling at Night, Volume 3. And now Lady Ava's Repose. I will say also that, that one book that Ava wrote about gems is possibly the most depressing to me. Because it's one of the few times we actually hear from Ava. And there's that whole bit about how a flawed gem can never be fixed, which it's very hard to not read as projection on her part. Right. Got a rhyme and remembrance lesson. And this is a regret book, which makes perfect sense. We actually read it with regret in the first place. So that goes with the Fallen Cross over here. This will give us another excellent winter skill, because right now we don't have a lot of winter skills. It's really just sights and sensations. Got our 6 pence. There we go. What Newman books do you have so far? I don't believe any at all. Remembrance. Yeah, that one's, One Moon, Two Winter. To speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. still need level 1 skills for Horamakistry, Birdsong, and Ithistry. I think I might put wolf stories in Birdsong. We have... We have plenty of other things that give us both moon and scale. So yeah. The sanctioned version of the Book of Suns says that the wolf divided was awoken by the sun's division. We know from this that the wolf was its own hour even when the sun was whole. So we glean and we guess that the sun might be healed, and the wolf returned to its slumbers. So we glean and guess that a second dawn would bring peace, but the wolf will fight to prevent it. This is Birdsong. Want one? Do you have another secret for me? Actually, since you said this after what did I, open, I'm guessing the secret's in here, then. But go ahead and tell me. Doesn't seem to be anything interactable in this room. Chancel Shrine, actually. Sickle and Eclipse skill. Didn't we do that one already? I thought we did that last time, and it just did something else. Huh. Oh. I guess maybe we probably did get that book. Right, here it is, the sun disfigured. Okay, yes, we did this already, but thank you anyway. Yeah, there it is. I had forgotten that this was a Newman book. Not exactly the one that we want, though. At least I don't think so. Not sure. I don't know which Newman books are the ones that the Executioner wants. Anywho. Alright, we've got another skill, so we can do an extra thing. Let's see. I'm just going to catalog another book. One's from St. Trentino's Shrine and one more. Oh god, that shrine. I love the sound design in this game, but the St. Trentino's Shrine makes me uncomfortable every time I open it. It is such a, like, viscerally awful noise. Tick-tilicatiki. Awful. The Secret Colors. Black Ellie, disgraced Damaskene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, wrote this while fleeing the agents of the duty. Alright. And anyway, now we've got a new room, the Night Gallery. In the 1850s, and in deep secrecy, Natalia Briot built the Night Gallery into the foundations of the Gull Scry Tower. Behind this heavy steel door, the Curia, and later the Suppression Bureau, kept treasures too difficult for common view, but too relevant to consign to a deeper vault. If anything difficult might hypothetically have been inclined to creep up the stairs from below, it would also have been discouraged by that door. Yeah. Does the Nocturnary accept a mark in a liquid to make me less of a liar? Ooh. Got liquid here. It doesn't appear that mark is available. I forgot that this one laughs at you. Also, Thomas de Wolf. The first answer. A vast moth spirals towards a burning sun, alone in a star-speckled void. Oh, yeah. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. And I believe we're going into winter. And it's hailing. Edge and sky. Now, edge is a rare one, as far as I can tell. In terms of weather, at least. Thyrza would make a shrine that laughs at your devotion. Edge. Okay, who is today's available individual? Oh, right. We've got a visitor. Let's see who it is. In the meantime, actually in preparation. What would I do if I wanted a primarily edge memory? Contradiction is 2 edge. Right, I need the, Pale desk for this one. Let's reread the Victory of Crowns just in case I need more edge. Idiot. That's already a memory. I wouldn't be able to use 2 of them. Oh well. I suppose no harm done. We've got a surrealist painter. No edge. So we're probably not going to be using that edge for anything unlocking anything in the house, but can we use the edge for reading? Do we have anything that wants us to have edge? Oh, actually, I know. Hold on a second. If I actually pull up... Victory of Crowns. There's 7 shards. Can we read that? That's going to be a tricky one. We can get 3 edge from the hail. We can get another 2, I think. No, just another 1 from the knife, so that's a total of 4. 5, 6. 7. Unfortunately, just 7 out of 10. Alright, are there any easier edge books that I can find? No. Does not seem like it. Okay, if we can't use edge for reading or for opening anything, then perhaps we can use edge for crafting. Aha! Wait, actually, Sickle and Eclipse would be better. I forgot that that has edge. Let me see. Oh, what desk has edge? This one works. Okay, Sickle and Eclipse, along with the hail, plus metal, plus 1. You know what? I think we just might be able to make it. I think just barely. We can probably get one last bit from something else in there. Let's go. Okay. Meanwhile... Right. Rail, Moth, and Rose. Smash or pass next visitor. Right. I think with 4 Moth, we can add Tryst to get to 6. And then add the Shears to get to 7. And some Moth memory to get to 8. What's that Moth memory gonna be? I just realized that I'm using M for both Moth and Moon. I need to specify by putting Moon as M-O. Right. Traveling at night 1. hire the painter. Mademoiselle Margot Matutin. I see. Socialite, yachtswoman, and under the name Morgan and Alakite, a Lygian. The former means, among other things, that she eats people. The latter means, among other things, that she is not to be taken lightly. Right. We'll take care of the painter in just a moment. Perhaps I should call myself Saphir, Hein? I wish to attend the premiere of an opera, one I have always very much enjoyed. Oh, I can actually pick between Grail and Sky here. Persons of some interest to me will attend also. It is important that I be seen at my best. I am looking for a very particular inspiration. Well, have I got the book for you? Let's see. Oh, it changes the outcome, too. Interesting. I didn't know that. Recommend Sky? That's what I was actually planning on doing. I was going to grab... Where did I put it? The Humors of a Gentleman. This is not what I had expected, but if it had, it would not be inspiration, no? Thank you, my librarian. Right. In the meantime, shaft over here. And probably catalog a book. Got the contradiction memory. And we get Impulse, which we'll need in a minute. But for the time being... Okay, what do we got here? Duende. An extra memory. Excellent. Well, we have our contradiction ready. Or an extra soul. We could just add another metal, but... Let's see. That came first. Get Morgan's card and a bronze Spintria. We now have 2 gold Spintria and an iron Spintria. And I will go ahead... Or wait, I have to do that the other way. The Sun's Lament. Oh. Morgan is peak. Terrifies townsfolk at tea time. Putting down Morgan's address. And meanwhile, I can just read the Sun's Lament as well. The first volume of the Meditations of Abbot Thomas of the Abbey of the Black Dove. The third shard has then been identified with the Cry of Pain. The Lionsmith is a stoic hour, but we must assume that in the sundering moment, even he might have been unable to restrain his distress. Now the sound of tin under pressure we call the tin cry, a reason perhaps for the further identification of the third shard as the Shard Royal. Oh yeah, the nature of the different shards of the Lionsmith's sword, that's what this was about. The seventh shard we call informally the Invincible Audacity, which is struck from the winning move as the winning move is struck from a memory, with the application of sufficient edge. Right, that's actually a crafting recipe. We have to get a winning move, and then add, like, I think it was Keeper level edge, whatever the name for the 15 edge was. And you get an Invincible Audacity. You've made Blue Crown tea, yeah. Also, Old Copper-Nose must have done the service to discern these metals, or does naming them define them? Interesting. As for Blue Crown tea, I don't believe yet. Oh, this is a hindsight book. Right. Okay, time to move some things. Can't buy it in the forms just from your garden. Yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't actually know it was a thing. All of these can now go here for the time being. I'm actually going to move Gossip over here. Or no, not Gossip, Regret. It was Regret, F2W. Then this is being renamed Hindsight. Scale and one scale, 2 winter. Damn it. No, that's incorrect. Hold on. I need to remind myself what Gossip is because I just mislabeled that. and then we collaborate with Trist. Nin's Cages, the Avignon text. Go. And now... Oh. I didn't actually need 8. Oh well. Let me go with the bedroom. A thick and freezing murk, like a clinging black mist, roils at floor level. Not theoplasma exactly, the ragged remnants of some chilly wood thing, or a good old-fashioned ghost, decayed to half-elemental energies. Some local will probably know. And Disciplines of the Hammer. Right, Gossip was Grail and then 2 Rose. Right, so now I've got the Westcott room set up effectively as a place to put, all of the memories that are what I would consider, like, basic human emotions, not the more esoteric ones. We've got Foresight and Hindsight, with Gossip in the middle. Almost like... in a way, past, present, future. And then over here we have Contradiction and Regret. And for now, Impulse. I might move that later, but for now, Impulse is okay here. And then this room's going to be for a bit of the more esoteric things. Like patterns. Right. And... one more book for the road. The Tripled Heart. Sacred poems composed in honor of the hours venerated by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Oh dear. My fingers are itching. Now they are tapping. This book is infected with bloodlines, and where they've weakened the skin of my soul, a Dwendrazon has attached itself. Your core has a malady. This item is infested. Oh dear. Oh boy. Okay. Dwendrazon. I swear I've heard that word before. Give me a second. Ah, okay, no. I was thinking of the, I was thinking of the two words that make up, Dwendrazon. It's not zon, it's zone, actually, because it's a combination of duende and corazon. Or the duende of the heart. With duende meaning... Let me remind myself. Heightened emotion. So basically, our heart is throwing our emotions entirely out of whack. I see. Dwendrancy is a kind of distraction or of inspiration or of possession. In the wind, in the sea, in the crackle of flames, there's a music only I can hear, and when I give it too much attention, the world grows red as a rose. Okay, let's see here. Conversation with the author and their Dwendrazon that took partial control of their body. Interesting. So it's being suggested as, like, almost an active creature or thing. Or what have you. Oh, okay, no. Liquor is drunk all at once. Let's go ahead and cure that one. I've already got one malady. Don't need two. The Pale Chamber. Hi, Thyrza. God, her bust is so incredibly, like, it just looks wild. In the time of the de Wolfs, this magnificent bedroom was reserved for the Baron, or in Lady Ava's time, the Baroness. Ava had the whole room decorated in black as a gesture of permanent mourning for her father Valentine, or according to ribald rumors, to set off her own paleness for her lovers. It was Kitty Mazarine, much later, who freshened the furnishings and made it the Pale Chamber. So it's an overflowing of emotion that can control a person or raise the dead in some cases, I think, if attached to a corpse. That makes sense. It all fits into the whole heart thing. And I believe that Thyrza was the 7th librarian. Yeah. Hello here. The Sun's Lament. The thorn-beaked crows took my eyes from me in justice for my crimes, but though I lost my sight, I found my light. Abbot Thomas speaks of the breaking of his oaths to his sword brother Trigv, and to the Lord of Scars that he served before he came to the Abbey. He writes of the power of oath bonds and considers the means and morality of their sundering. Interesting. Ragged Crossroads. And a fear memory. Righty? We're running out of room for fear over here, so I'm probably going to have to either move the fear area entirely, possibly into the Westcott room. Though definitely for the time being, step one is just... A lot of books do fear you will need many shelves. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. I'll keep them here for now, but that will most likely change in the future. These 3 books will go on one of the general shelves. I'll start using this one. And Foresight, yeah. Nice as my organization system is, I'm going to have to probably redo it several times. That said, hold on just a moment. I think I probably will upgrade Disciplines of the Hammer here. Oh, or possibly Meniscate Reflections because of its effectiveness against theoplasmic contamination. Yeah, let's use this on Meniscate Reflections. Oh wait, I need effort. Right. I will wait in that case. So that said, might be time to consider another edition. None of its aspects help with Chionic Theoplasma. Ah, true, yeah. Oh, right. Since we've got pyroglyphics here, we can actually skip straight ahead to level 2 Ithistry. So that'll be something to consider. So instead, for Horamakastry, considerations to be made. I think that Cyclone Eclipse makes more sense as a Nyctodromy ability. And I would prefer to have another Shapt to another core at the moment. So I believe... Yeah, let's keep night things in the night so that day things can walk in the day. That's preservation. Unwise words unlocked unwise doors. We can use wise words to lock them. This is a matter of Nyctodromy. But Executioner, I know. I know it's not in character, but I'm sure that I can find other ways to consider all this. Man, now I'm not sure if I made the right decision. I do like the day things in the day, night things in the night. But also I felt like, you know, that's maybe the Executioners slipping back into their old habits. That's them, like, you know, making like figuring like, hey, like there's day things and there's night things and they need to be in their proper place instead of being open to like what's going on. It feels a little bit like that idea would be it would be a bad idea for us. Meanwhile, actually, now can we think about this? No, not yet. I'm bird song. I'm gonna keep this here for now. Ah, snowy day. So my plan here, right, is to upgrade something Ithistry so I can skip the first stage of Ithistry. And then probably do the same thing going up towards the end of Hushery. Question is what to do for Ithistry. It's really just either bells and braziers or transformations and liberations. I think bells and braziers is going to be the one. Because I want transformations and liberations to be later. I'm going to get this one higher overall. So for the time being, I'm going to read a book. Sorry to derail, but I'm hellbent on lying again. What aspects do year tallies have, and are you sure those don't go with the liquid in the Nocturnary? I will check that. Give me a moment. Right. Vinzant's Minglings. Got a year tally here. It's winter, a thing, and a mark. It does not seem to go in. Like, I don't know if there's some other way that it goes in, or if it used to go in. Are you sure it's the Nocturnary, and not some other station? There we go. It's a musician. Could be Sky, but I think we're probably better off grabbing Mr. Q. That'll give us 4 winter right off the bat. I should check something. Yeah, no, not yet. We've still got plenty of it around. 8. But unfortunately, I do have to actually get some whist in the first place to use my whist. Well, it's still in the early day, but no, I'm using the bed. Oh, it's almost done. Yeah, this'll work. The Wind's Ruin. Oh, hey, Abbot Thomas Book 2. And we've got our Foresight memory. And our core is back to normal. So now... we do this. Start improving our skill. I'm also going to take a moment to do something else today and grab Denzel. And we've got some lovely blue crown tea. I'll put the pot up here. Always served cold. More accurate to say inevitably served cold. It's just good Sky aspect. Yeah, normally with Sky, I use Lapsang Souchong, but honestly, that's better for Forge anyway. Could use Arab, but I'm actually planning on using that elsewhere. That one can wait, so I'm going to... I'll take a minute to grab my Arab back later. Fixing and mending with Shaft. Level 2 bells and brasseries. So now... Aha! In the right mortal's hand, the right tool can become the weapon that ends a war. This is a high purpose of Ithistry. What's the alternative? The right mortal's hand, the right tool can become the weapon that begins a war. This is a high consequence of Horamachistry. This does feel more in character for the Executioner. At least my optimistic interpretation of them. And extra whist helps out literally right now. Right. Going to break for a moment and collaborate Arab with Denzel. There's our blue crown back. Denzel is now ready. And we can swap over once again. And collaborate whist with Mr. Keel. And then... I'm stupid! That's a memory, not a person. Oof. Oh, that hurts. Okay. Pivot, pivot, pivot. The fabled key to the winding stair. Yeah. Alrighty, is there anything I can do with Denzel, or have I completely wasted this poor man's day? Okay. If there was anything, it would be based on edge. Got 3. Can I get 5 more edge out of everything else? First off, is there any edge food that I can use? Second Flush Assam has edge, that's drink. But Schloss Jannings has more. Contradiction is 2 edge. 3, 4. And a tool, right. Yeah, this is doable. I just don't know if I'll have time for it. Very least, I'll take a moment to, pour out the Schloss Jannings. And right, with Mr. Keel, the next step was... Solomon's preparation. I'll just wait until tomorrow for that one. Don't have to read that today. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay. Mr. Keel? Helping us out with the glaring room. This has long been a holy place, but now the sun in rags has withdrawn his peace from it, and the light here cannot be borne. In the day the sun's light dazzles, in the night the moon's light freezes. Only once a peace has been laid on the room will I be able to enter safely. Meanwhile... have a drop of slosh yannings. Right, I should actually start on the contradiction right now. Nephrite. Valentine de Wolf's Dream Journal. That's another Wolf Stories. Give this one a shot. Catalog Curia. Now I hand him the knife. The Ceaseless Tantra. Oh, keeper skin. Oh god, a drunk blacksmith with a knife. Don't worry, everything's under control. Fairly certain I was quarantining keeper skins somewhere. Yes, right up here. Oh, here we go. Willem Harry's. This room was once for the meditation of favored visionaries. Here, White Matilda prophesies the victory of the Iron King in the War of the Roads, much as it would occur 300 years later. She got his name wrong, though. Maybe there? What's here? No, this isn't a shrine. It's just a table. What do we got here? Extra soul, extra memory. A thing! Okay. I just need one moon from a thing. That's easy. Okay. It's gonna be tight, but I think we have time. Right. 8 edge. The mirrors in this room teem with watchful spirits and perilous reflections. They can be mollified and banished, but only a fool would attempt a solitary exorcism of a room where all the haunts are doubled. Right, that part's done. Last little 10 minutes, or 10-second segment. And we get our thing option. So now, all we gotta do... is find an appropriate object. Actually, come to think of it... Yep, the 9-week clock would be perfect. Bingo! We did it! The dark, inchoate, feral space described by Valentine seems to be the nowhere of the invisible arts, the infra-oniric lair of the alien hours sometimes called gods from nowhere. Valentine's attitude to the nowhere hours is unexpectedly relaxed. He speaks darkly of their appetites, but he insists they are too alien to penetrate the House of the Sun, let alone the waking world. He even seems to suggest that the Mantis hours have exaggerated the threat of the nowhere hours for their own reasons. Not all birds are trustworthy in their feathers, he warns. And Valentine chills there? Maybe Valentine is nowhere. That's a fear one. And there we have it. The Hall of Division. Ava DeVille first furnished this as her Hall of Division, holding feasts where the guests were selected by unusual and exacting criteria. Later, Thirza Blake, 7th Librarian, employed the specialist Pomander to add more mirrors. Lots more mirrors. You know, when I heard about Pomander in Cultist Simulator, I always assumed he was ancient Greek, but apparently he was contemporary with Thirza. Me with House of Light DLC. True, yeah. Also, the mirrors are a, in and of themselves, a crafting space. Right, it's a foggy day. Oh, hello. The Berry Book. Do the librarian's quarters despite the fog. Yeah, that's probably important. That said, I will purchase the Berry Book. It's not even all that expensive. Meanwhile, we'll get started on the Wind's Ruin. Through the lens of pentiments and precursors, and, let's add a spice scale. That'll be easy enough. Okay, librarian's quarters. That's super easy. It's librarying time. So, I actually don't know if I've mentioned this, but I actually have worked as a real library worker. I wasn't technically a librarian. I was a role called, a library page, which is it's their cute term for a gopher. But I did organize books. So I am vaguely familiar with book organizational systems that are used in actual libraries. That was fun. I did that just out of high school, actually, when I was around 19 years old. And it was a good time. I really enjoyed that job. I only left it to go to college. Should have a slightly easier job for you today, Denzel. Apologies about yesterday. Make sure, yep, Forge works. Right, wolf stories. Yes, that's what I was going to do. Poet. Is that someone we need? First First things first, though. A bright haven on the house's seaward side, innocent of protections and menacing influences. Though it'll take some work to set it right and clean it. There we go. Okay. Highest knock is at 2. This makes it 5. And Shat takes us up all the way to 7. I don't remember if we currently have access to a knock tool. I haven't found one, I don't think. So it might be best to go with Cardea's Delights. No knock tools that are multi-use. Oh, there just aren't any? Got it. Okay. Let's try to read Cardea's Delights. The lens of door and wall on a foggy day. We are almost there. Meanwhile, the poet, right. Could we potentially use him for anything? As always, he's a source of sky. And I think that's our best bet. We do have that lovely tea. For another 2 sky. He starts with 4, so that makes 6. Faust adds 7. Tool adds 8. Any sky food. An egg. Eggs aren't sky, though. Eggs are heart. Scale. A boiled egg. Okay. Speaking of which, actually... at the very least... we can get started. Pour out a cup of homemade Blue Crown tea. Ambrosial. Fifth Eye Curse. Now, this one won't spread, so we don't have to quarantine it, but it is annoying. Oh no, that was talk. I'm stupid. I'll get the egg back later. Tuppence in her uncertainty. All that really gave me was a sound memory. That said, gonna go ahead. And upgrade Hill and Hollow with these wolf stories. And here we go. The Librarian's Quarters. When the Curie of the Isle acquired the deed to the abandoned De Wulf estate, Ambrose Westcott became first librarian and had this cozy nook constructed above the north wing to fit his preferences. His successor Kitty preferred the room next door. She lamented that the reek of Westcott's pipe remained long after his death. And her successor, Solomon Husher, preferred the Long Tower for his own chilly reasons. But most librarians have enjoyed the peace and the sea view. Right. Ambrose Westcott knew how to live. Hell yeah, brother! God's Return. A green shoot splits a rock. Ooh, that's fun. Librarian's glasses. They're not lenses, just plain glass, but a certain sort of visitor is disappointed by a librarian who doesn't wear glasses. Oh, that's great. Right of the little stairs, rock pillow, the inscribed rock, not the fish rock. Right. Journal of Sir David Green, 1903. Confidential journal kept by Green, former Nocturnal Branch superintendent, but by 1903 librarian of the house. Green has kept his journal in Hyksos, presumably as an extra measure of privacy. Does it have to be the librarian's bed here? Oh, Edict's Liminal, got it. Oh, I need a bed that can actually accept the Edict's Liminal. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, we'll wait on that one. Got plenty more to do today. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me check. What do we got here? Extra element of the soul. Weather... Or furniture. Furniture is going to be our best bet. Got our boiled egg. We're not going to be able to make it all the way to 10 sky. That's unfortunate. Ooh, yeah. Hmm. I'm a bit stumped on this one. I would need either an extra 3 sky or an extra 4 winter. Now, the boiled egg gives sky, but only one of it. So unless there's another way to get a sky food... Or a better winter food, one that has 2 winter. I think that, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to actually use this poet. I suppose technically. No, I can't even seem to get extra Faust. Unfortunately, I think we have to write this one off, unless we want to combine our Whists. And again, can we even do that? No, that's too complicated. Wait, can he take flowers? Oh, please tell me he can take flowers. That would solve everything. He can take flowers! To put thy pale, lost lilies out of mind. Perfect. Perfect! Oh my god, the flowers and the egg. We don't even have to use our Faust. Ah, thank you, Base for Beans. He's just eating them, don't let him lie to you. A beguiling melody. Abbot Thomas speaks of his time as a raider when his name was not Thomas but Toke, scything the seas, striving for plunder. Abbot Thomas clearly regrets his storm years, and much of the book is taken up with his thoughts on penitence. But there are hints also that he misses those years and the companionship of his sword brother, ship brother, Thrive. Applebright Euphemies and Beguiling Melody. Two Grail, two Sky. Well. Under the service of the Colonel, specifically. Wonder if Trive is another Torg name. Quite possibly. Anyway, we're moving the books that give us music over here to these little nooks, because I don't think there are too many of those. And in the meanwhile, we've got this too. That would make Dear Day Alliance with Accomplice not accurate in my opinion. Weather. And now we've got level 2, Hill and Hollow. Which, for the record, we could put, in the beginning, the Carpe's Cross served the first hours, the gods born from stone. And the first of the Carpe's Cross were the Thrytige kind, who sought the monarch at the crossroads to rule them wisely, and found him in themselves, who began as many and ended as one. This is a riddle, and the riddle makers know its importance. Or, in the beginning, the Carpe's Cross served the first hours, the gods born from stone. When the gods from stone were defeated, where could the cross go? Into the hills, into the bounds, and into us. This is how humankind came to be, and in our most secret hollows the cross endures. This is a matter of preservation. Even more health. And let's learn some Applebright euphonies. Deerday was an inventor/warrior. Ah, right, the inventor of the Deerday lens. We wouldn't be ourselves in all our glory without the insectoid touch of the carapace. Peep ants. Right, here we go. We need one extra knock from a comfort. Which means, once again, we're going to be using this chaise longue. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. And have an egg. Oriflammes thanks you for your custom. Right, the berry book. We're not going to be able to read this for a minute. It's in bloody Killisimi. Also been listening to chaise longue a lot recently. Was that a reference? Not intentionally, I just like the word chaise longue. Also, hold on a second. I need to fix my hair. Was migrating out in front of my headphones and getting in my face. If Janus were an hour, Cardea might be counted among his names, but the world has never turned in such a manner, and so she is not. Oh yeah, what is this actually about? Third volume of Abbot Jeffrey's Hypothetical Theological Dialogues in the Socratic Mode. Jeffrey discusses the living signs, signs which change their shape and whose flexibility is part of what makes it identifiable. He gives as one example the paradox of the hinge and draws comparisons with the names called twins, who would be considered hours beyond the church. He hints at the amethyst vessel, which can be sanctified by the great signs in the presence of Nog. Interesting. This is a pattern book, which we do have a spot for. There's Applebright euphonies. Breath is the temptation of the soul. Pleasures and insights that the church would call the secrets, the sisterhood the mysteries, and the bureau unsanctioned. Ah yes, good old no fun allowed. And let's grab the great signs and the great scars as well. Oh yeah, while we're at it. Use the rest of our stuff. To get more blue crown, as it seems to be quite useful. And there we go. 10 Sky Poet. Now, did we want to use him in the Gullscry Tower? Or the church tower? I think I'd rather use it, you do the church tower just to fill out the center of the house before going on further. So that's what I'm gonna do. So, no, they both take Forge. With maniacal but methodical care, someone has disassembled the clock and scattered it round the room. Wheels and parts have been piled and lent on every surface. A W has been marked on the stairs in soot. great signs and the great scars. That's already a good Grail thing, but I'm going to take it further. Uh-oh. Well, that's what we're gonna do, basically, is upgrade that one. Just so we have a skill that gives us a good amount of Grail. What else to even do? I want to keep one of my... maybe I don't need to keep one of them open for that. But I do want to do something with this beguiling melody before it goes away. Let's see. What can I do? Thinking about what to do here. It's probably simpler than that. Make some witching tisane. Right. Metal in here. Get some money. Here we are. Umbrous oil. The Great Clock. Maybe the clockworks have a shrine in liquid. Sadly, I don't know if they do. Still got like 3 left. Start actually like looking into these. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Alright, we got our egg pack. Now we must feed tuppence. I'll get that damn whale. Though I've heard that if you don't have a white whale in your life, you are boring. Gotta admit, I disagree. I'm not sure about that one, actually. Is life only worth it if there's something you're chasing? I think I disagree, but I don't actually know my own feelings on the matter enough to say for certain. Anyway, let's feed the chicken. Any ideal can be a white whale as long as you pursue perfection in that ideal. True enough. Musgrave de Wolf, who was mocked as the Bleating Baron even while Brankrug prospered quietly, who was renowned for his piety but who won praise from the magus Julian Cosley, a quiet contradiction of a man. Well, that would be the one who was mocked more than he merited. I definitely feel bad for the later DeWolfs. It seems like they were just having a bad time. Gideon the Physician, fifth of his line, nicknamed the Motley Baron by those who disliked him and the Cutter by those who feared him. That's number 5, and that leaves Thomas de Wolf as number 2. Hendrik, Thomas, Walter, Musgrave, Gideon, Valentine, Ava. Then we have Westcott, Kitty Mazarine, Solomon Husher, Fraser Strathcoyne, Natalia Brio, someone, Thirza Blake. I think this one's David Green. David Green is number 8. We know that number 11 is Von Loren. William Harries from the Glaring Room. Right. I don't actually know anything about Harries. I guess maybe he's in here. I'll put him in there for now. Because I think that... I'm pretty sure that number 10 was Serena Blackwood. And who else even is there? Oh yeah, right, Serena Blackwood, she's right here. See, I don't know who's after David Green. This is Abra Southey, and I have thoughts about this particular bust that I'll share later, but... because it's very interesting to me. But there's a key character we haven't met yet. Are there any other busts that I've forgotten to move around? Bag of Tricks. A couple of things. Crate of Supplies, right. I would need effort for those, though. Alrighty. Right off the bat, I can immediately go for a, another read of Cardea's Delights. It's snowing. I think today I am running very low on money. I don't think I actually have enough yet. So I'm gonna have to start things off with doing some work. In the meantime... Useful, a treacherously subjective term. Does this contain anything useful? Also going to make more of that, Blue Crown tea. And, of course, get more blue crowns. Not all flowers make tea or candles. Pattern, check. Right, 5 letters on memory. I can do that. Armagnac de Yis. Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe M. Corentin, his vineyard began with the vine cuttings from Yis beyond the sea. Huh. Well, this is a rare treasure. Rock pillow reminder. I can't, remember? I need to be in a different bed. Which bed works for this? The rock can go anywhere, I think. But if it needs to be with Edict's Liminal, it has to accept Moth or Knock. No. 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 This one works. I'll have to move back here, but... Oh, right. Strongly dislike the camping system. It's my house, dang it. I agree. I feel like you should be able to just use any of the beds. Like, I get where it's coming from, but I feel like it should only take a single soul card. Camped. Now we camp here. Umbrous oil. Okay. Upgrading the signs and the scars. So, the 5 letters on memory. Julian Cosley's epistolary treatise on matters memorial and mnemonic, addressed to his then friend Claude Herceau, the mystic and antiquarian. So, interesting note. Since the first time I saw this book in Cultist Simulator, I've learned what epistolary means. An epistolary is effectively, this isn't an organized work, it's a selection of his letters. So, basically, all the letters that he sent chatting with Herceau have been collected into the 5 letters on memory. Now, if we assume that there were, in fact, 5 literal letters that he sent, damn, those are long letters. Cosley was big mad. The book is partly a practical manual, expounding memory palace-like techniques, and partly an exploration of memory rarefied, modes in which sense or experience persist outside a mortal mind. This is an early work, and by Cosley's standards, it brims with optimism, even enthusiasm. If books, he suggests, are the memory that does not die, then, perhaps with sufficient endeavors, memory's murderer might be contained. And this is a regret book. Got it. Rhyme and Remembrance. I think that is our strongest winter skill, so I'm probably going to keep with that one. We now have great signs and great scars. So yeah, we can just slot it all in like this. Continue with Rhyme and Remembrance. Now we help with letters. All we really have left is metal and Trist. We can probably use metal one more time to get some extra cash. So what to do with Trist? Ah, I've got it. How about this? Sickle and Eclipse. We'll craft some Catwink. And actually, yeah, let's use that last one for this. Sleep with the stone as a pillow. I don't know why, but I know a little of what the Calyptra has decreed and what they have permitted. We're back up to a half crown. And there we go, we got Catwink. Put it down here. "99 winks, and I awake with a book cradled in my arms. The 3 and 3, yet another Newman book. This book describes the operations of the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of ours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. Of all the extant versions, this one has best survived the interventions of the Calyptra. There we go. Probably have one more full day of winter. A cloudy day. Probably the least useful weather, in my opinion. All right. Is today's... Oh, I meant to add a coin. Too fast on my fingers there. Ah, well. On residence. Ah, Vincent. And what does not bark? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law, principle, or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. Ah, we were actually just talking about Calyptra. Let's see what this guy has to say on the subject. Painter. Do we need a painter? Let's see. Rail, Moth, and Rose. I would like to deal with the infested wine cellar, actually. I think that's worth it. Can we get there? 4... I think probably, do have Rubywise Ruin. And Witching Tissan. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a memory. I know exactly what to do. Pale Desk. We are rereading The Humors of a Gentleman. Oh, it is worrying how little time we have, though. The Beekeeper's Ends. Okay. Starting here. One moment. My apologies. Each of these things takes about 30 seconds. Hiring her takes 5, so that's basically negligible. We would need 30, 60. That's the memory, the collaboration, the witching Tisan, and the tool. So we would need a total of 2 minutes. I think that's still doable. Gossip memory. Oh, actually, wait, I can cut down on like 30 seconds here. Four, 5, 6. Witching Tisan is 8. Ignore the gossip. I can just... reread the Wind's Ruin. And that would be even more perfect. Right, here we go. Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star, or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for the libraries of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? That's a storm memory, and edicts inviolable. Storm. I had storm in here. Meanwhile, I can use the storm we just got to read on resonance. Yeah. The Carbonex Schism. Oh, witchworms. The Order of Obliviates on the brink of schism assembles in a Bounds house identified only as Carbonek, after the Fisher King's castle of legend. There the no and the long of the Order debate their long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. Ah, history and eternity. Can't read that one yet. It's written in Sabazine. The witchworms are a problem, though.
Whoa, serpents and venoms. I didn't know you had a good partnership.
Ah! Hello, Blippi!
Hello. I'm just up and it was date night with my Polly, and my throat hurts. I just wanted to come in and wish you a good rest of your stream, no matter how much longer you're going, and I hope you're having fun.
I am having fun.
Good bean. It pets you.
Eh.
Meowdy.
Meowdy. Right. Okay. Hydrate myself. Yep, got it.
Bert. Awa.
Awa. Right now. Okay. Now, unfortunately... Ah, yes, this was the Witchworm quarantine. There we go. Unfortunately, I have to waste a little bit of time waiting here. 2, 1, go. Let's discuss music for a bit, Miss Surrealist Painter. And we have the Edicts Inviolable. Oh, that's another possibility for first level Horamachistry. That gets me another medal. Something much bigger layered here. The walls and ceiling are smeared with its slimes. It's gone, but its children remain, wriggling in every shadow. We have to clear, lure, or drive them out. Right. Managed to make it. This was Experiments in Ithistry. Vincent suggests percussion instruments that might be sympathetic to a number of hours and names. Some are more likely than others. Vincent uncontroversially suggests drums of various materials as the sympathetic instrument for the Thunderskin and its ascendant Duendrazones. He proposes bells of bronze and iron for the Lionsmith and Colonel. He spends some time on the design of a bee rattle for the Malachite, but doesn't seem entirely confident of his findings. I see. That's a foresight book. And bells and brasseries. We're going to be using on transformations and liberations instead. Okay, I think we can do that right now. And here we go. This is a room I've been waiting for. The wine cellar. Ricardo Milagro, traveler, rascal, Musgrave's gardener, managed a credible wine from Brankrug grapes. Cornwall... Cornwall has never really been wine country, and the tradition was unevenly maintained, but the Curie of the Isle kept a good cellar. Silly question. Is it possible to make more dandelion wine? I've never figured out a way to do it. It says it's homemade, but it doesn't seem like we can actually make it. Purchasable. Okay. It's a snowy day. One more before the season's end. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead. Oh no, it can't be weather. That'd be too easy. Right. Is there anything for winter? No, but there is for sky. Let's see if we get the poet again. Oh, right, you probably want me to... There we go. Consulting engineer. Not the poet, but maybe better. Iron. Right, for Sky, but also for Forge. Now, first off, can we get her Sky to 11? Snow will give an extra 3. That brings us up to 7. Unfortunately, collaboration won't help all that much. Fosta's only 1. That's up to 8. Astrolabe for 9. And yes, the Blue Crown Tea should give us 10, 11. Steel Wire, the Colonel's Medal. That's gonna go in here. Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Illopoli left Strathcoyne's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoyne. Right. Wait on that one. Odd that he chose the name Strathcoyne. So I'm guessing at this point, there's probably some level to which I don't think that, especially very early in his life, Illopoli would have been above using his foster father's name in order to access opportunities that might otherwise not be available to him. I mean, imagine for a second the Perugian College would probably be more likely to accept a name as well respected in the invisible world as Strathcoyne, rather than some unknown Illopoli. This was, of course, before Christopher Illopoli became a household name in the occult. So that's my take on why he took the name Strathcoyne, but I suppose we'll see. I did not know Illopoli's backstory. Yeah, I believe that Strathcoyne was his foster father. So taking the name would make sense. It also might just be that that was his name at the time. He considered himself a Strathcoyne. Might be that he had his falling out with Strathcoyne later and switched to using the name Illopoli. The Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections. Teresa Galmier. The fourth volume of Teresa Galmier's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher, at the request of the author, or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. We've got now 2 books that are very available Sky. We're gonna do this one by chance. Mostly because I don't want to bother grabbing stuff for Faust again. I'm also gonna move this down so that we can keep all of the unread books broadly in a similar place. Right, she's now ready. Someone has smashed the headstalks of the bells, so they fell to the floor here. The stone is cracked beneath them. The noise must have been unbearable. One has fallen against the stairs to the tower top. Those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of oblivions. It's not clear whether G-R-O-D, or C-R-O-D, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the Order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. This one's always very funny because this is like the angriest book in the series. Just absolutely wildly mad. Cosley on a bender. Cosley wishes he could get that level of hatred at something. With a little bit of metal, we can now just make bitter black salts. Sure, why not? Might need those later. Me vibing rocks out of thin air. Okay, relevant thing. Soul and furniture. Yeah, we're golden on that one. Once again, Kitty's armchair is saving the day. Right. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon. So we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the menascate, and the madrigad. He cannot be all these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then synthesis, or is he something else? In Galatea they called him Janus Lamius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Herso and Cosley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Herso described him as all the gods and Cosley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. Ah, revelation. Got our bitter black salts. There they are. Paradoxes is our new skill. I've got Westcott's compounds done. And another 6 pence. No, those don't look good there. Got a gale, and we're going into spring. Which means we're getting our yearly stipend! 2 golden spintria. And 1 pound. Let's see. Is there anyone else for the affair of Apollo and Marcius? Considering it's been a year and a half since this play was announced, I hope it's happening soon. Corso Revert. Manuscript Hunter, Legacy Scavenger, Mercenary? Many would question his ethics, few would deny his acuteness. Ah, okay, we've got something here. This guy's gonna be important. A fugitive. Fugitive can-do heart. He is one of 2 people who speaks Hyksos. I'd get him back right away. Yeah, no, I was waiting for a Hyksos speaker for a really long time in my other playthrough, and I eventually got Aunt Mopsy during a random Numa. But now that we have the invitation system, we're going to go, we're definitely going to be doing that. I don't need an appointment, do I? Okay, so the SR is for Senor. I was wondering about that. Was it Sir Corso Revert? Or Senor Corso Revert? It's Senor. No, I'm not going to the performance. It's not bad, I suppose. I mean, you can hum the overture, but it's not exactly Mozart, if you know what I mean. No, I'm on a mission. Alright. Let's give you... Someone is going, but he's not really an opera aficionado either. More interested in, catering. He's bringing a recipe book with him. Sort of a recipe book. Carapace Savor Arts. I've been asked to acquire it, but I'm no good with Carapace languages. So here I am, ready to read up on... stains. Thanks, librarian. I'll know what to look for now. Keep this between us, will you? I hope I can just buy the book, but its owner's reputation is, he's not always cooperative, you know? Wait, am I gonna lose this book? I hope not. I know there's, like, a couple of cases where someone can steal books, but I don't think this is one of them, right? Let me check this, actually. I'm worried now. Let's... I'm just gonna go for it. The Treatise on Underplaces. Herein, the 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Herceau describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. Ah, horns and ivories. Okay. Right, we're doing heart with this gale, so no need to save my Faust. So let's get some things rolling. First off, Perugian Diaries. Sorry, I was in an elevator. I was just asking whether, the bit where, Senor Revert says, I hope I can just buy the book. This isn't one of the visitors who actually, like, leaves with the book, right? I don't think so. I looked it up, and it doesn't seem like he's one of the ones. But I'm just unsure. And I'm slightly concerned. No, okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna start off... Wait, no, I don't even need a memory here. Perugian Diaries... with Faust, Coronoscopy, and the Astrolabe. And also, simultaneously, Treatise on Underplaces, with Shapt through a lens of door and wall. Maybe once folks have dedication secrecy or something. I just remember people talking about that. Right, I should be working on, Okay, so... 4 heart, 7 heart. As far as I know, heart foods aren't too uncommon. 9 heart with the ham. Then something to drink. The Witching Tisane. Is that just to Grail? Or did that have heart as well? That had 1 heart, got it. Which we can probably still swing if we use the kitchen bowls. Let's see. Arab. We're just gonna manifest tea out of thin air. Leon, I'm tired of being flu horse. Welcome in, Leon. Thank you so much for coming. An Exorcist's Field Manual. A practical guide to troublesome dead, grounded in theory but with a clear focus on their disposal by the redoubtable Detective Austeri Wheelock of the Suppression Bureau. Yes, hello. I think this is your first time, Leon. Are you at all familiar with Book of Hours? Because I'm just over here doing my librarian thing, and, general goals are restoring the house, which is what these rooms with the little, hammer and wrench are. So, okay, basically, we are the librarian of Hush House, which is this massive castle. We are effectively a keeper of occult knowledge, but this place has been run down for several years after a big fire, and it's our job to get everything back up to working order. Right now, we've got people coming in relation to a weird play. So we're giving them appropriate literature to help explain kind of what's going on and helping out. We are restoring the house slowly, which we've restored almost all of the main bulk of the house. There's still the very top of the tower here that needs to be restored. We did get the bells back recently, so that was nice. There's this tower that still needs restoration. Currently, I'm working on getting this collapsed cellar back so we have somewhere to store food in the meantime, because we do live here as well. There's an entire network of caves underneath the castle, and there's a prison for supernatural beings that's been abandoned for some time back here as well. So we're restoring the house, and we're also reading a bunch of books and getting access to skills, which we can use the skills to sort of understand the world by slotting them into the Tree of Wisdoms, which is effectively our skill tree. And doing so gives us these cards, which are Elements of the Soul. These are effectively our action cards. They let us do stuff. Path of Exile Visions. Kinda, yeah. Or Path of Exile Visions. Lore is Aleister Crowley-esque, but without the uncomfy stuff. No need to go that hard in making your own morality. Yeah. The occult lore in this game is really, really fun. That's a huge thing here. A lot of what the stream is me mostly just, reading the books that are, well, that we're keeping. As you can see, we've got a number of them so far. All over the place. I have an organization system, but it's a little bit weird. I'm organizing them by memory, which is, whenever you read a book, one of the things that you get from it is a memory, which is a temporary material that you can use for various things. Hey, Battlefield ad, stop taking up a quarter of the screen. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Right. I think the ad's over, probably. Question mark? Yeah, Twitch. But yeah, hold on. Let me catalog this book. Uncatalogued books have to be cataloged so I know, like, what they are. Here we go. And Senor Reverte has left us his calling card, which I will go ahead and put in my writing case. So we get people's addresses. Right, here we go. So this book. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Herceau described the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. The walls of the Mansus, Herceau begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his directions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. As for the other book that we're reading, this one is... In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Illopoli left Strathcoin's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name Christopher Strathcoin. For 4 years, since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Illopoli served as Strathcoin's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I still think Fraser's intentions are good. Certainly he agrees. But I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me. And, good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part, almost amicably." Yeah, I thought, Base, I thought I had remembered that, but yeah, that's what I was talking about with Christopher Illopoli's backstory. Claude Herceau used to be really good friends and write long letters with Julian Cosley. They were roommates. And then they weren't. Then they got really, really mad at each other, if I remember correctly. Right, and this book, The Exorcist's Field Manual... Right. Cyclone Eclipse should help. Trist. And we'll use a lunar globe. And I'm just gonna roll with that and hope. Meanwhile, we can take our fugitive and talk about the Gale to start us off. The Carmine Petal Revised. An apparently theoretical project proposed by Lionel of the Society of the Noble Endeavor, which might permit the imprisonment of a renegade forge name. A very heavily revised edition of an earlier and even more controversial work. Oh dear. Imprisoning a forged name sounds like a bad idea. Those things tend to burn you if they get angry with you. Right. Oh yes, and I should be working to make some money as well. That references the prison in the basement wall. Okay, I was trying to pretend like I didn't know about that, but yes, I know it's the prison in the basement. On my first playthrough, I managed to work all that out. Right. There's our witching tisane. Oh, right. Speaking of, Disciplines of the Hammer / Scar. But it's not unlocked yet. I have Disciplines of the Hammer right here. Oh, with the prison? Got it. Right. And before we go straight to the drink, let's add core. The Shaven Lock Tantra. Also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-changing Vanaras rejected. That's Rites of the Roots. Oh, right, this is actually a good way to get Rites of the Roots without having to break into Nectar immediately, because this is a moth book. I think I used this, potentially, in my first playthrough to deal with that situation. That's peak. Yeah. Right. What's next? Grab another one of these. Right. A picaresque account of a journey through nightmare, interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent is the bud. On the 36th ascent, the blossom. I remember that if you screwed up dreaming in Cultist Simulator, you would come to a place called Herceau's Nightmare. And it's a fear book. Right. Putting those over here. So we're once again running out of space. Gonna have to think about moving that one. Elopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs, and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of the better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of the old Lake Fucinus near Ortuccio. And that's a strings and songs lesson. Right. So Cheerful Ditty, that's another bit of music. That's gonna be Two Heart in the Sky. I think we do still have time. We'll hand our fugitive a mop. scar in the sky. Nin wrote this and came to regret it. That's another much more advanced book. God, I'm still not a fan of the way that you have to, sort of jiggle the books around to make them fit on the shelf. That said, strings and songs is a new skill. Excellent. Oh, shoot. Wall art and furniture. Okay, that should be easy enough. I forgot that you had this one going. Okay, so furniture. What we want is moon furniture. That is... This knighted chair should do. There we are. You know what frogging is? Could you imagine frogging at Hush House? I do not know what frogging is. Enlighten me. Ah, got some honey. And some lovely grapes. Oh yeah, I should probably move the Armagnac d'Is into the wine cellar. Right. Practical Guide to the Troublesome Dead. The dead usually avoid light, as the most immediate manifestation of eternity, which has no place for death. However, those dead uplifted by gold, that is to say, touched by an actinic theoplasma, happily bod about in daylight and are perhaps strongest at noon. If you are dead but uplifted by green, that's the Ringyu's blessing. The crowned growth offers a similar but nastier benefit. This is how burgeoning risen come about, but there are different degrees of sentience and freedom depending on which growths are involved. The consciousness of one uplifted by green is always greatly altered, though. They never really seem like the same person. They may have dregs of the original souls, but these are often replaced by something else. The upshot, invariably, is that they need to be set firmly on fire. And that's a contradiction book? With edicts martial. Frogging, living in another homeowner's walls. Oh, there's a word for that. Yeah, that would be interesting in Hush House. I imagine that you could probably live here for a while without the librarian figuring it out. The place is just so big. Alright. Fugitive now has 11 heart. We are golden. The roof has fallen in. We'll need to dig it out. The Ghoul DLC is a burgeoning dead? Probably, actually. There's the Edicts Martial. So yeah, the different edicts are the Calyptra, the Chancel, and the Corrivality. Hi, Paint! Hello! Welcome in. We are just finishing up the first section of spring. And there we go. And now we have the Earth Cellar. In the time of the Abbey, this was a shrine to Saint Lucia the Eyeless. Since the heresies of the Intercalate, the Church of the Unconquered Sun considers her an aspect of the hour called Menascate, but back then she was just the patron saint of stained glass workers and eye doctors. The tree in Earl Bryan's field outside was traditionally hung with stained glass ornaments on Saint Lucia's Day. Since the dissolution of the Abbey, though, it's mostly been vegetables in here. Basket of onions, the prima materia of cooking. This may be why the cosmos is shaped so like an onion. Right, okay. St. Lucia exists IRL, not like this, though. Of course, yeah. Oh, we've got rain! Does that help us with anything at all? I suppose we could use nectar here? I don't know. Anyway, give me a second. I need to use the restroom. It's been a minute. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Right, where were we? Have been going a little while for the stream. Let me actually see the time. 4 hours and 24 minutes. I think I'll wrap up at around 5 hours. So another good 40 minutes should do it. Okay. Scale. Miners do offer scale. Might be something to consider, actually. I can grab 2 scale, I think, from a Savage Hymn. Let's say a miner has 4 scale. I don't know if that's right. How much would it take to get to 9? Well, we have the hourglass tool. We also do have the nectar knife. That's nectar, not scale. So that would be 5, 6, 7. Then I would only need 2 more scale. Adding health would add 1 of it. An egg gives 1. Oh ho. Both Schloss Jannings and Domain Raveline give a little bit of scale. So 1, 2, 3, 4 for the hourglass, 5, 6. We've got about 6 scale in and of ourselves. I'm gonna go ahead and start preparing the Savage Hymn. But alternatively, who's passing through? I'll make the full decision afterwards. And in the meanwhile, got some Solar Gothic books up here I'd like to categorize. Try something, actually. I add Lignum Vitae. And also a beverage. This mess. As well as that bowl, I can make some Lethe. That seems very worth doing. Started with this over here. Oh yeah, the Mist-Sunk Meadow. That takes Rose, Nectar, or Sky. It seems like Sky is disproportionately useful in unlocking parts of the house. Probably because it's so heavily associated with the towers. The 3 and 3 Vatican manuscript, a church-authorized version of an older text. This book describes the Chancel and the Calyptra, two triads of hours with subtle, far-reaching powers and responsibilities. It has clearly been reworked to fit church doctrine. Out of curiosity base, is it, like, relatively common knowledge at this point, which hours actually compose the Chancel and the Calyptra? Because I figured it out with the help of a friend by going through all the information manually a while back. And I still have all that information, so if it's not something that's known, I can actually go into it. There's the Savage Hymn. It's a surrealist painter. Rail Moth Rose. I mean, could be useful, theoretically. I don't know. No, probably fun to get into. Alright, we'll get into that in a moment, once I figure out what I'm doing here. Alright, okay. So the only real thing that she can help with would be the stairs or the meadow. Whereas the miner can actually dig down. Let's try out the miner. Ooh. Now, unfortunately, that's only 2 scale. I was hoping for a bit more. Well, we'll see what we can do. Okay. Chat is omega slow, mostly my elevate connection. Yeah, sorry. Righto. At the very least, we can add the hymn. That brings it up to 4. Gonna need... I could use cuckoo honey. But I don't know when I'm gonna get more of that. That's the beehive in Numa, I think. Let me check that. Yeah, the beehive in Numa. Is there anything else? That will work, though. Recommend completing constellations for cuckoo honey? What do you mean completing constellations? Okay, in the skill tree... I'm sorry, Base. I have no idea what you're telling me to do. They are behind the cards. They light up when events are finished, so it will be a while. I see, okay. Got it. Right. I'm just, Oh my god! Strathcoin Whiskey saves us. Okay. So we've got a total of 4 scale. If we serve him Strathcoin Whiskey, that goes up to 6. Then... an egg will take it up to 7. Health up to 8. And the... hourglass up to 9. See, I had thought that, like, my best option for scale was Schloss Jannings, or Domain Raveline, which have 1 scale each. But nope. I had forgotten about Strathcoin Whiskey. Okay. Alright. Now that I know what I'm doing... let's see here. Let's set up for the day. First off, let's continue cataloging. ABC, always be cataloging. We made some leafy, which we will put right back in here. And I think today... No, not gonna walk out on the moors just yet. I think Strathcoin knows usurpation via mindless hunger, and he's bottled that taste for you. Yep. Ah, right. Harvesting has to be done in a different season. So instead, we are going to use the beehive. Make some money in the sweet bones. Now we've got another good 8 actions we can take. Is there any... Right, the horns and ivories. I want to do something with this. Let me see. I wanted to increase serpents and venoms, so let's go ahead and reread the treatise on underplaces. Meanwhile, let's see if there's anything more that we can craft for the future. Because it's always nice to just have stuff. We're gonna try to get as much stuff going at once before I start explaining my logic about the chancel and the Calyptra. So basically, I'll say that there's 3 different groups of 3: the chancel, the Calyptra, and the co-rivality. The co-rivality is the one that's most known. That would be the Colonel, the Lionsmith, and the Wolf Divided. They are a trio. The hours of struggle, as it were. Right. What do I want to craft with? Let's try crafting with Pearl and Tide. Not quite. It is good for Rose, though. I've already used my fat. I'll just try to find one more thing to do, I think. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I just realized that I need to get my damn health back because I'm supposed to be using it for scale. Right, okay. Let me just real quick check my notes. I've got it somewhere here. So, okay. First off, let's talk about Heck. Where was it? Yeah. Right. Okay. So, let's start with the chancel. So, in, outside of the game, in a bit on the Weather Factory site, a quote from Christopher Alopoli from Just Mathematics, it says as follows. There are strict limits on the number of hours, names, long, and no. Strict limits. 7 names for each hour, 7 long for each name, 7 no for each long. Since there can only ever be 30 hours, we can do the sums and work it all out perfectly. Except, no matter which way I do the sums, it never comes to 30 hours. If I include the ones in nowhere, it's 28. If I'm a bit more speculative, it's 34. The chancel has its accounted 30, Xenodice told me once, but Xenodice doesn't share her mistress's secrets. So, that actually implies that Xenodice's mistress is a member of the chancel. Because, I mean, that's the implication there, that Xenodice says the chancel has its accounted 30, and Christopher basically says, I was not told which ones because Xenodice doesn't share her mistress's secrets. Now, in the cave area, there's actually a shrine to Xenodice. Xenodice Half-Faced, one of the more enigmatic aspects of the Horned Axe. So, the Horned Axe is one member of the chancel. Then on the Weather Factory site page, it used to be there. It's gone now. I linked to it, but it does not appear to be active anymore. But the Menascate is also called out explicitly as a member of the chancel there. I'd have to look back and see if that's mentioned anywhere in game, but just trust me that the Menascate is the second member. And in game, if we read the 3 and 3's Vatican manuscript, it says, it explains that the chancel is also known as the Cruciate, and then it says, the sister and witch is Cruciate, but the witch and sister is not. So, the chancel is the Horned Axe, the Menascate, and the sister and witch. Oh, what the heck? Hello, Sully. Sorry, I was in the middle of explaining something. You surprised me. Oh dear, there's an ad starting soon. Let me actually, snooze that so I can continue explaining. So, we've got the co-rivality and we've now got the chancel. But how about Calyptra? Calyptra was the hardest, I remember. But when you commit the Edicts Inviolable into the Tree of Wisdoms, which I don't know if we can do actively here, but, yeah, I believe Witch and Sister is the heart one. But not sure about that. But yes, okay, so fire right here. The mare in the tree is not the youngest hour, but she is the youngest hour of Calyptra, for she has been born many times in many places. The red flower on the watchman's tree is the fire fueled by truth, and without it, the tree would fall, as all Horomachists know. Okay, so that confirms that the mare in the tree is one of the 3 Calyptra members. Now, if we were to put this elsewhere, it looks like in preservation. I have that written down right here. Where was it? There we go. In preservation, it says, the velvet is not the oldest hour, but she is the oldest hour of Calyptra. The black flower on the watchman's tree is the preservation of secrets. And without it, the tree would fall. This is a matter of preservation. So, we have 2 members of the Calyptra. The velvet and the mare in the tree. The oldest and the youngest, and then we just need the middle one. So, there's a couple of clues here. There's 3 books. The Red Book of Brittany, the Black Book of Brittany, and the White Book of Brittany. So the Black Book says, the black flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deep, and they may not be hidden forever. The black flower, spoken of as a doom or geas, can be held at bay with the last ink of power, brewed from the pale mixture in the presence of sufficient winter with the arts of containment. So that's referencing the velvet, the black hour of the Black Book of Brittany, the black flower of the watchman's tree. Does membership of these clubs ever change? I don't think they've changed for a long time, but I'm actually getting into that. There was a pretty big change. So the Red Book of Brittany, referring to the mare in the tree, the red flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree are constant. The red flower is described as the temptation of suffering, but its suffering can apparently be allayed when the copper fruit is enspelled with the nectar aspect alongside herbs and infusions techniques. A variant of the same approach, when the inks of power techniques outlined here can gentle lethe into a great ink. Most of this is actually about the inks, but those are the ones we know. Now for the White Book. The white flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deeper than snow. The white flower is described as the death of wisdom, but wisdom can pass into sleep, not death, when the rage of glass is subjected to sufficiently powerful winter aspect, while the ragged crossroads arts are invoked. So, our third flower is apparently white. Which implies some winter aspect. And if we were to commit surgeries and exsanguinations to hushery, it would say, the watchman's tree has flowers 3, black, red, and white. Red is the life that flows in the body's courses, and white is the writing at the body's core. Hushery teaches what ends. However, important note, the golden. This is our other surgeries and exsanguinations commitment. In the times when nothing was forgotten, 3 flowers bloomed on the watchman's tree, black, red, and gold. Red is the life that flows in the body's courses, but the blood of the Carpe's cross was golden. So, the white flower used to be the gold flower. That changed at some point. However, we were told that the hours of the Calyptra are constant. How can it change and be constant simultaneously? Well, what if it was the same being, but the being itself changed in some way? What if, and here's the big one, if we go all the way back up here, I think that this dork snake would be really great at hosting story time with rain tapping on the windows and a lit fireplace. That's a possibility for the future. I might do something like that.
Oh,
so,
yeah. Also, have a good time, like, I was stopping by before game.
Have a good time. Bye-bye.
Time will be had.
Did the Carapace Cross lack memories to participate in eternity, a lack of history to go with their lack of secrets? Possibly, but... So, what I'm referring to here, and I realize that what I remembered referring to the Calyptra actually refers to the chancel, but here's the trick, right? What happened is that the being that was the golden flower of the Watchman's Tree was originally one of the names of the sun in splendor, but then became one of the hours that split off from the sun in splendor during the intercalate. That's why the golden flower became the white flower. And if we think about the ones that are the ones of those that have a winter aspect, the only options are the Madrigad and the Sun in Rags. So it's one of those two. And I can confirm it's the Madrigad. Wasn't it the Sun in Splendor becoming the Sun in Rags, both names of the glory? That is true, but I believe all of the names of the glory were, like, the Madrigad, the Menascate, and the Sun in Rags were all originally names of the Sun in Splendor, basically, of the glory. And then they attained hourhood during the intercalate when their master's power was effectively split between them. At least that's my understanding of how it worked. But the final confirmation is the message that you get for purging witchworms from a book. Quote, "The softest penumbra of the Madrigad's light, invoked carefully through the white flower of the Watchman's Tree, drives witchworms to twitching death." So, it's the Madrigad. And so our final set of the three little clubs, the Chancel is the Horned Axe, the Menascate, and the Sister in Witch. Calyptra is the Velvet, the Mare in the Tree, and the Madrigad. And the Co-Rivality is the Colonel, the Lionsmith, and the Wolf Divided. Also of note is that all of these have this whole thing where they kind of have three alternate names, like the what was it? The Chancel refers to its three parts as Threshold, Mirror, and Shell. That's broadly mentioned, and my guess is that Threshold is the Horned Axe, Mirror is the Menascate, and Shell is the Sister in Witch. And the Co-Rivality has that too, because it is mentioned in the Mysteries of Force book that the three roots of victory that are part of the Co-Rivality are cunning, strength, and agony. The Colonel is cunning, the Lionsmith is strength, and the Wolf Divided is agony. Wait till streamer sees Michael in chains or Michael Lightbringer. I don't know who that is, actually. Anyway, I got massively off track talking about this. I was supposed to be running things, but it wouldn't have given me enough time. Let's continue. I know I just talked for like half an hour about it, and I know I said I was gonna stop on the hour basically, but I'll finish up the day because that was my bad. I got too excited chatting about this. A manual for departure. The author, who identifies itself as the Jikadu, claims to be one of the great hooded princes of the land of the river. The style is informal, even chatty. Plan to get streamer yapping to continue the stream as a success. Oh god damn it, you bastard! Did you actually plan that? Oh my god. Okay, right. We were, yeah, I bet the Jikadu has skin, totally. Also no planning. Okay. 7... something to eat. And we will... let's grab this lonely book over here. Hourglass. Got the fear memory. Which we are going to use with serpents and venoms and horns and ivories. Along with our other tryst to increase serpents and venoms. Oh yes, there was the other thing I planned to do. Let me see here. Needed a soul element. Or no, do I need a soul element? Hold on. I do, yes. What the heck? Okay. Use your writing case in a desk. Ah, I see. I think... yeah, Ashertine is not ridiculously uncommon. And I think it's a small price to pay. Ashertine is actually 3rd tier. Oh dear. Well, either way, the upshot of this is that we're going to be able to read Hyksos. And there's no putting a price tag on that. Plus, we have more. Same exact aspect, but better. Got it, got it. Okay. Stamp, envelope, send. Right. And now, finally... our health card is back. We can collaborate with the miner. We got, pilchards. And beeswax. Alrighty. So this here, so we've got pilchards, which are 1 heart, 2 moon, and 1 scale, and we can turn them into pickled pilchards, apparently, which are the same but with additional edge. I'll leave that for now, but that's something to consider in the future. And we've got beeswax. That goes in here. An almanac of entrances. Ah, Willem Harry's. Nice. Also, pickled pilchards have side and first course aspects. Extremely useful. Right, yes. That is very nice. I promise that we will get into all of the stuff for House of Light. But as it stands, I have to actually finish the first... I have to actually finish a few of these things, the incidents, before I have everyone's addresses. Oh, hold on just a moment. Would you excuse me for a moment? There's something suddenly has come up I need to take care of. I'll be right back. Okay, I am so sorry. A small emergency came up, but it has been handled, and I am back. For as long as, however long it is. Right, where were we? I think I was looking for another book. Catalog. Now, we can go with the root-thronged descent. And we got the Rose of Nuriel. Nuriel, that's the one. Oh, the one? Oh, is that something you were mentioning earlier? I don't remember. Ah. Here we go. Hello, senor. And Senor Corso is going to be tutoring us in Hyksos. There we go. Rose of Hypatia, Wasne, Nuriel are about Dwendrazones. Gotcha! That's what it was. I remember you mentioning that earlier. Ah, an Oriflamme is selling Those Who Do Not Sleep. Mystic Broadnack discusses the origins of the Sisteran Witch and of the Thunderskin. The Gospel of Zacchaeus, an extremely heterodox account of the Nazarene Messiah and his works, describing his ascension to the Mansus through the opening of his body. Oh yeah, this is the one that claims that Jesus is aligned with Knock. I remember this one, it's fun. Winter, Moth, and Sky. At the very least, I can definitely get Sky to 10. So 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We are once again going to boil an egg. Pour out a serving of Blue Crown. I've learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. Righto, we've got Hyksos! The Shepherd Kings brought the speech west from Canaan to use in their wards and snares. Had they never come to Egypt, they might never have found a way to write it, given its addictive qualities. That might have been for the best. Righto. So now we don't have to worry about that weight forever. Thank goodness. Okay. Add the florin. There we go. Damascene traditions of the House of Lethe. Dawn period. Got another U blank. Something. Right. Serve the poet his tea. Sea glass. Neat. Remember, this is very useful for stuff that requires glass. The Ivory Book. A manual of the Ordo Limiae, an order of quasi-immortals who maintained a secret enclave at the source of the river Limia in the Roman province of Hispania Galicia. This manual was compiled by one Kurenai, who claims to have fled the tyranny of the Chrysanthemum throne to cross the world and join the Ordo. More Solar Gothic books. Serenity of the Black Wood. An allegorical history of the House of Lethe, which is here implied was inspired by the centipede. Sereno Blackwood is an occult alias to this day. And another Solar Gothic book. I think we can actually, I'll use metal for now, but we might even be able to use Faust. And Those Who Do Not Sleep. Ah, that's a Surgeries and Exsanguinations manual. There you go. There we go. We should be good to get 12 Sky out of our Poet and unlock the final room at the top of that tower. Medusa's Lament. Books cataloged? We're going pretty crazy on that today. There is just not much else to do with our consider verb. Now, we have a 12 Sky Poet who is ready to take on the weird cursed spire. 7 years ago, someone pronounced a curse here in the name of the sun and its many selves. This place was not the curse's target, and nor was I, but its poison fills the air around me. I should not enter here until it's cleansed. Mirror of Melanchthon. The daybook and dream journal of Abbess Melanchthon, venerated as a saint and respected as an alchemist. Ah, Sights and Sensations. Placement pot of Blue Crown tea. The Book of the White Cat. Stories brought by a blind white cat to Penelope of Gordian. Okay. We are officially starting to really run out of space. something I can read with Shapt, like a knockbook. That said, it is about 30 minutes after I said I would stop. But here we are. Spire. Here, Hendrik de Wulf met in secret with King Henry, once the Bronze King, now Old Copper-Nose, for the great debasement had ended the supremacy of the Leashed Flame, and Henry's heirs were no more than human. There is a story that Hendrik's son Thomas listened from the rafters, that 3 times he heard Henry ask his father to break a certain promise in the matter of Caryce, beyond the wave, and the 3rd time the father did not refuse the king. This, says the story, is why Thomas never liked to make a promise thereafter, for fear of breaking it. Ryan Levinson. Right. Okay, so... What? Huh? Nona, hi! Ah, I am being raided! Thank you, Con. Oh, geez. I was actually planning on wrapping up sometime soon, but... Oh, heck. You know what? I was actually just thinking I might want to go on for another about half hour. But hi! Hi, Con. Hi, Nona. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I can't now. Well, what's another half hour gonna do? It's okay, a little extra incentive for that last half hour. Heck yeah! How was your stream, Con? I was going to put Brian Levinson's bust in here. I think he was number 9. It's either that he's number 9 and David Green was number 8, or the other way around. Because I know number 11 was Von Loren, and number 12 is us. We framed war for too long. Understandable. But yeah, this is my good friend GM Con, who actually inspired me to get into streaming in the first place. So thank you, Con. Love you always. Mwah! Right. For those who don't know, who are maybe coming in for the first time here, this is Book of Hours. It is an occult librarian simulator, and kind of a chill game, sort of a Stardew Valley for weirdos. That's me! My name is Viken, or if you prefer, Anantashesha, shortened to Anna. I am a snake, as you can clearly see. And I moonlight as an archaeologist. Or just general puzzle solver. I love finding information that's been long buried. And, this game is all about restoring an ancient library castle and reading the books in it and all sorts of other things, but, you know, mainly those things. Nona, thank you for the follow! Welcome! Oh, let me actually, if anyone here is interested, there is my Discord link, if you would like to join. I announce all my streams there, and when I play board games, sometimes, people from my Discord, have, I usually get some people from there to play with me. So That's fun. If that sounds like something that you would enjoy, go ahead and join. Right. It is a cloudy day. Nothing particularly special. Let's see who is available at the Sweet Bones today. In the meantime, let's take care of some of this massive amount of books. Alrighty. I think I do want Sacre Limier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from a memory. I would need 3 more. You know, Sky is not amazing for that. Scale, on the other hand. 1, 2, 3. Perhaps. What are my scale books? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 with the hourglass. 7 with an appropriate memory, such as the Savage Hymn. Yes, I think that's doable. Okay. We will go ahead and reread Singlefoot songs once again. In preparation. And in the meantime, we will continue cataloging our books. We've got even more Solar Gothic period over here. I'll use Trist for this one. The History of Inks. Ooh, a legendary grimoire of exotic ink-making lore. The cover and some of the pages, unfortunately, are stained and crusted with something more like mucus than ink. Ew! Gross. We have a surrealist painter. I just used my rose. Yeah, I'll grab that rose back. Ugh, God, which reminds me, I need to move back into an actual bedroom. Let's try out the librarian's quarters for a while. Alright, pick up our, decamp this bed. We will use core. Alright, let's actually go ahead and hire her. Now, okay. Oh yeah, she can use pigments. That's potentially notable. Bitter black salts are a pigment, but they don't give her anything useful. Okay. We need her for Rose. How much Rose? 11, probably. Yeah, 11 Rose. Okay, she's got 4. So we need 7 total from other things. The Lunar Globe is a Rose tool, so that's 1. We'll be getting some from Fett. Probably only 1, though. What has Rose? Not the Ragged Crossroads. Oh, there we go. Ah, Pearl and Tide will help. Or no, wait. I can't do skills. But at least I can check this. Rose Kragan Whiskey has 2 rows. Evening Owl's Coffee has 1. So we can probably pour out some Rose Kragan for the guest. That's going to be 6 rows, 7 with the tool. Let's go ahead and actually hand her the tool first so we can have stuff running. Any rose pigments? I don't know. Let me check. Ichor Auroral is a rose pigment, apparently. So that could be exceedingly helpful. I believe we have some. Yes, right here. Ichor Auroral. Now, we might not be able to make this again for some time if we do this, but I think it's worth it. Don't use that. That's a big ingredient. Okay, what else is there, then? There's red paint. What about craftable pigments? Of course, Ichor Auroral. Wait, hold on. 1 second. Okay. Let me see this for a second here. If I use Sights and Sensations here. Okay. No, I want to... Hold on, I want Sky. Where's a Sky crafting station? I suppose the desk is the most obvious one. Just to do a little bit of theory crafting here. Okay. We need a light. Oh, hello, Copper Dinosaur. Thanks for coming. Okay. We need something that that has a slot that allows a light item. Let me check what lights are. Ah, most candles. So if we were to put all of this together... Could do 2 memories, but then... I don't know... I don't think that we have a slot where we could put in a candle. Part of the problem is that candles do not inherently provide sky, so we're trying to get to 10 sky with light to see if we can actually craft an Ichor Auroral. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're not close to there yet, but an Ichor Auroral is really only a 2nd level. Second level one. Hurricane lamp. Don't know if I have one of... Oh, in the garden? Let me see. Oh, yeah, that's a light, but will it get destroyed if we do that? Is Fife possible? I don't know. So, to explain what we're trying to do, sorry. We're trying to get a little bit of extra rows on the Surrealist Painter. And Base suggested a pigment that has rose aspect. Now, I did find this Ichor Auroral, but Base says I should worry about using it since it's a big ingredient. But it's a tier 2 recipe, not a tier 3. And I'm just trying to figure out if we can actually have a way to make it ourselves. So that's the plan here, is potentially figure out a way to make it and then use the one we have and make a new one. The question is, does using it as in this crafting recipe consume the hurricane lamp? Even with the hurricane lamp, okay. Let's say, hypothetically, what's our highest sky? Or no, we need to use this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the hurricane lamp. And then if we were to use a shrine for this, then our second one could contain any of these things, including a second memory. It would need to have 4 sky. That's not going to be easy to do. Okay, we probably can't make the Ichor Auroral, at least not in that way necessarily. There is admittedly... We don't have access to red paint at the moment. We have access to a bunch of other types of paint, but not red, which is the one that gives rose. Let's see. Yeah, no, I know that part. It's just that, Base reacted so strongly to it that I kind of had a, like, oh, okay, no, I won't do it then moment. But honestly, I don't remember Ica Rural being actually all that hard to make once you knew how. I would need to upgrade myself a bit before I did it though. Probably by getting more sights and sensations. So okay. Surrealist Painter plus Lunar Globe. She's at 5 currently. What am I trying to unlock over here with 11 rows? 5. The Occult Scrap is 7. And that leaves food and drink, actually. Which... Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I even need this. Rose. Right, the Roscragon whiskey. That's another 2 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4. That already brings us to 9. So if we just... Oh, right, I was decamping. That's going to complicate things a little bit. The whiskey's expensive but orderable. Yeah, I remember. Right, let me commit to pouring that out. Ascendant. The edgelong Dardash boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. Right. That's gonna go here for now. Oh, and right, I was trying to read... I think it was It Is Written. Scale desk, scale desk, scale desk. Yes, the pale desk is a scale desk. You love Dear Day and Torg. But old. Right. Health for scale. Serpents and Venoms. Very appropriate for me. And the Savage Hymn. Along with a lovely serpent-styled glass. Play the Roscragon whiskey first. And now we just need to find a rose food. that going to be doable? That's blackberry jam. That's craftable, but not super easily. I would need to go find blackberries by going explore. I should go exploring. I should actually commit some of my stuff here. Kind of furs and feathers there. Trist over here once again with Sky Stories. And we are going to work at the Sweet Bones. And we're going to gather even more Blue Crown because you simply can never have enough Blue Crown. I think in terms of a memory, the occult scrap is just about the best we're going to get. That said, let me just check sustenance for more things that are rose aligned. There doesn't appear to be quite a lot. Yeah, rose foods are a bit rare. Go ahead and catalog another book. We'll use Areb for that. You can get blackberries and rose hips almost any time. I know, but it's based on the walking on the moors, which is very... I always get wood. For some reason, I always get wood. But, yeah, there are 2 blackberry jams back here, so... I will give this a shot. Now, I could go for the rosehip jam. The question is, can I get my fet back up in time? Because I'm about to finish camping out here. And with the amount of resources I'm pouring into this, it's probably not worth risking it, right? I might as well just go with the rose hips. Or, actually, wait, can I get fet by putting stuff down? That's Trist. That's Arab. That's metal. Metal again. Or fet. There is a prophecy of a shining city that mortals might build. There is a paradox that a city unbuilt can always be greater than one that exists. The bright arts teach this resolution, that the hours will always forbid the raising of the city, so that it will remain a great hope and a great traveling. And that gives us an extra fet. And with that, we can collaborate, and that actually solves the issue entirely. And while we're at it... Oh yeah, and we're camping over here now. While we are at it... It might be okay to put, Great Signs and Great Scars here, but I actually think that, it's probably best to put it here, because not only does that unlock a later level of Birdsong, but also, if I just add another Illumination, then I can skip 2 levels of Hushery. Let's go here and get even more fet. Vac is a great scar, the first enemy of Calyptra. When the black flower blossoms on the watchman's tree, she retreats, and Calyptra protects perilous knowledge behind secrecy's veil. Ah, since we know the black flower is the velvet, Vac, language, is the great scar, the first enemy of Calyptra. So, we remember that Vac had an importance in actually giving the, if I remember correctly, Vac is the Peacock Door. And it was what originally let mortals into the Mansus. That they came in through a wound, which is now a scar. And the Velvet always tried to keep the ways of the Mansus secret from mortals, because the Velvet is the keeper of secrets. Therefore, Vac is the enemy of the Velvet. An Echo of Silence. A very heterodox history of the House of Lethe is recorded by The Serenity, a Lethean adept who declares that the House of Lethe was created explicitly to prevent the ascension of any more mortals to name or hour status. And now we have it, a surrealist painter who is actually level 11 and can help us out with the Mist-Sunk Meadow. There's grass beneath my feet and a mingle of wildflower scents, but above all the damp salt vapors of a thick sea fog. Somewhere in the fog, I think I hear a distant bell, far away as if it were beneath the sea. Perhaps this can be blown away, perhaps sung away, if I bring the right powers and the right assistance. There we go. Nin's Cages. Right. We have a couple of books by Nin at this point. actually going to move this down so I can put all of the Nin's, both copies of Nin's cages together for now. Oh, shoot! I completely forgot that I was doing this. Ah, damn it. Okay, but let's rebound. We have something here. We've got the hindsight memory for free. And that means that we can take those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviots and use our remaining whist along with winter. Rhymes and remembrances. And that one's free. A viper egg. Okay. More pilchards. And additional blue crown. Hatch snack. I definitely plan to. That is 100% a thing that is going to happen. As soon as I put away my my flowers as usual. Okay. Unfortunately, none of my soul cards currently work. This will have to wait. But that, I think, is a good way to cap off the stream. So that's going to be our big goal for tomorrow, basically. Do it in a regular fireplace. Oh? Oh, you're right. The fire's warmth can stir this egg to life, but it'll take a full day. Yeah. And here we go. Earl Brian's Field. Brian is another one of those leitmotif names that recur all throughout Bran Krug's long histories. This one was Brian of Brittany, who was named Earl of Cornwall by King William after the conquest. In 1068, the sons of the deposed King Harold mount raids on Cornwall, and Brian funds the construction of a fortified gate and the Watchman's Tower, initially in wood, to protect the abbey. In return, the abbey gives shelter to a yew tree he's brought from Brittany, that flowers in diverse colors. This is that tree, hollow now and rotting slowly from within, taking its time to die gracefully. It has not flowered in living memory, and the colors of its flowers cannot now be told, but Brian's brothers were called Alan the Red and Alan the Black. Ah, I see. So there's the literal story of what happened, but then it's also a metaphysical story of the three flowers of the Watchman's Tree. And that opens up a very important place, the Earl's Yew. Since the conquest, this has been waiting for you. The irreverent might even call it a yew tree. So, this tree is where we can potentially end the game. I'm not going to do it. Hush House lives again. Perhaps that's all I want. Some of the very best librarians have worked well, lived quietly, left the world a better place. Most stories in this game are both metaphysical and physical. This will end your game. Ambitious librarians might prefer to keep looking for another victory. Contented librarians understand that to restore the house and find the tree is victory enough. Or, of course, you could choose this ending anytime you like and begin again with another librarian. I think we're more ambitious than that. It is a sunny day. Ah, right, this one. So this was those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Oblivions. By CROD. 58, that they did claim inheritance of the traditions of the House of Lethe, but that they have disregarded both its most sacred and its most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenience for the Obliv-idiots to confine to the disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. He is so mad. Whoever this is so mad. I love it. Ragged Crossroads and Contradiction. Right. What can we do here? Ragged Crossroads is Edge and Winter. I think I might just do that one vanilla. Ragged Crossroads with itself. Add my metal. Who is today's unusual visitor? Oh, no, wait. That's over. To understand why 4 paths were not taken. We do have some lantern. That might be useful for something. Don't think any of our current areas really want lantern, though. go. We're harvesting a bunch of things. We can also take a moment to grab. We'll use Fet here. Catalog a Solar Gothic book. We've still got about half a day left for that snake to hatch. It's another poet. There seem to be a lot of poets in Brankrug. Well, there's a pretty obvious way for him to help. Oh, right. Observations on the Peacock Door. Ninagala of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansus. A rent, an imperfection, and abrasion. Ironically written in Vac, so you're discussing the Peacock Door, which is the language Vac, in Vac. So this book is, in some ways, the Peacock Door itself. My head hurts. There we go. Chat about the weather. Feels rude. Vac feels pain at existence. Yeah, it is a living wound in the world that allowed us to get into the Mansus and was the first language. So we do appreciate Vac in this house. And let's pick a book. No, can't quite get there yet. Maybe the Shaven Lock Tantra? That gives us more stuff for Rites of the Roots. Did we want to put that anywhere? Actually, yeah, where are we? Oh, wait, no, I can't do anything with that right now. Yeah, I'd prefer something else. Maybe Quenchings and Quellings. Can we get to 8 winter? 3, 4, 5. Hindsight 6, 7. Is there a winter tool that I'm forgetting about? Wait, the knife. The wonderful, wonderful knife. Yeah, that's 3. No, it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from memory and whist. And then the knife makes 8. So we can grab the ivory book. Wait, do I speak Fusine? I don't think I do. Shoot. But on the other hand... Ah, wait. Impertinent Vitulation. That's the one we're gonna do. I am going to have to get my Arab back, probably, but on the other hand, Great Signs and the Great Scars should make this easy peasy. I may not even need my Arab back, actually, now that I think about it. I could... If I just, okay, hop over here. Grab... Thekri's Herbery. There we go. Get that running. Feed the poet our homemade tea. You know, do you think it's the same poet every time and he's just coming back over and over again? Or is it a different poet each time? Or is it somewhere in the middle and there's just a small group of poets that make the rounds? Book of the True Blood. So let's go ahead and put this in our inventory. It's good tea. Yeah, no, the librarian makes a mean cup of tea. That's a quartz chunk. A vase of rushes. Okay. Leaf. Okay, we need to clear out the inventory a little bit. I have been carrying around this blue crown a while. Let's put it down here. Quartz chunk there. More flowers. The Vase of Rushes. Which, I guess I will put... That would look lovely right here, don't you think? Right where Serena Blackwood's bust used to be before we moved that back to its proper place. I wonder who moved all the busts out of there. Was Gervinus von Lauren just really bored? Yeah, we want 10 here. Add the astrolabe. Oh dear. I seem to have accidentally added a couch to my inventory. Okay, back where it was. Right. Satisfaction from Fekri's Herbery. And now, Ava's desk is good for Grail. Through the lens of the great signs and the great scars. And with, or I could just do core. That works too. But on the other hand, I could be funny, use my maladied health, and then just add the spice scales. I actually gave this book to several people early on in the affair of Apollo and Marsyas. I never actually knew, like, what it said when I was offering it to people. Which I know is very irresponsible of me as a librarian, but... Let's see. I believe that I should be able now to basically do this again. Sea stories... or with... Actually, interesting. Oh no, it is the same. Voyages of Furnishun of Oriol. Can you malady parts of your soul to upgrade them, like to put them in weird shrines? I don't... Is that how that works? I'm not actually sure what you're asking here. Nine. Beverage memory tool. And Faust. I'm referring to when you're upgrading the parts of your soul. I wouldn't think you could do it while they were maladied, but I don't actually... Oh, no, okay. So they specify that the parts of the soul have to be identical, and you can't stack a maladied health with a regular health. So I imagine they're not technically identical. Like, if you look at this, it says... you can use a skill to this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one. What if they were both maladied? That's an interesting question. I don't know the answer to that one. Right. The poet is ready. Alright, some things happened. First off, we got a Hawthorn blank. Then a Curious Seashell. Got some water. Which I will now put... I guess here? The seashell can go with its friend over here. And the Hawthorn blank, fuck, I don't know. Wood takes up so much damn space, I never know where to put it. Can't just go on the ground. It's not allowed. I guess I'll just put it, like, here for now, and then figure it out later. But most importantly, new life. A wild viper. Right. Easy. Easy, friend. I'm a snake, too. Hold on. Let's get you something to snack on. Okay, I don't have any eggs. It wants egg or remains. Okay. Remains. You want some canned ham, little buddy? Let's go ahead and enjoying the mental image of a snake eating canned ham. While I'm at it, is there anything else I want to order from Cater and Hero? Ah, heck. order form for Cater and Hero. Ah, right. We finished a book of kitchen garden techniques and aphrodisiac recipes recorded by Ernestine Peterhans, the Iron Seneschal of Hush House for 3 generations of de Wolfs. Peterhans asserts casually that the rousing liquor called Rubywise Ruin, which leaves and thorns techniques can brew from flowers, was a favorite of the notoriously severe Baron Thomas. If true, this would have raised eyebrows had it been known in his lifetime. Peter Hans mentions that one of these leaves and thorns techniques, with sufficient nectar aspect, can supposedly cause a marvelous copper fruit to burst from wood, although she has never managed it herself. But in a certain season, the pear trees in the Practic Garden will deliver something similar. Oh, so leaves and thorns with sufficient nectar and wood can turn into Pyrus or a Calcanus. That's satisfaction, which means it basically goes with my cookbooks. Thackeray's Herbery and an impertinent vitulation. So, I handed Magister Hokebald and Princess Coquille cookbooks for the affair of Apollo and Marsyas. Oh dear. I feel somewhat embarrassed now. I suppose they got something out of it. Anywho. Let's add this. But, now, the important part. A full belly makes a helpful friend. We now have a tame viper. The best pet. I'm sorry, dog. I'm sorry, cat. One of them was preparing dinner for the dancers as a gift. Ooh, yes, good point. I think that was, Hokebald? Or was it Coquille? Shoot, I don't remember which one it was. But one of them, you're right. Absolutely. An avid student of warm fireplace stones, warm mice, and warm milk. Alright, now I can do something that I've wanted to do since the beginning of the game. The 12th Librarian of the Curia of the Isle. This, of course, would be me. I could use whatever I want as my image. It's me! Snake. I'm very happy. That said, it's almost 1 a.m. I have gone very, very late. This stream has gone for almost 7 hours now, when it was originally supposed to stop at 5. I think it's time to wrap things up. Whew. Go ahead and save the game. Lame, see you later. I'm sorry, but eventually I do have to end the stream. Check. Right. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. This stream was wonderful. I had so much fun. I know it went way longer than I expected, but you kind of have to drag me away from this game. And in the absence of someone to do that, I kind of have to do it for myself. Let's see. Who is... Oh god, no one else I know is streaming, so... Not someone I can easily raid. Let's see. Is anyone else streaming Book of Hours? Nope, I am the only person, apparently. Yeah, I have no idea who to raid. It's late enough that honestly I might just end the stream outright. But, yeah. I think that's probably the best idea, since I don't have any easy targets. Unless someone has a suggestion, I think that's what I'll do. But yeah, again, thank you all so much for coming. This was incredibly fun, and I will see you all next time. I'm streaming again, probably this Saturday, for board games. Alrighty. And... let's see here. Alright, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a good night. Love you all. Mwah.